Hello, everyone. I am officially live yet again. I hope that you are doing well today, this fine Friday. If you are new here, I'm Alex. This is my channel, Frank Fiction, where I do weekly reading and productivity sprints on Friday at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. If you are watching live, welcome. If you are watching the recording after the fact, welcome to you as well. I have some fun questions for you tonight. Keaton actually helped brainstorm some of these, and I actually have so many that he helped come up with that it's definitely going to carry over into reading sprints next week. So I'm really excited about that. Tonight, I am actually reading Remarkably Bright Creatures. I took the dust jacket off, and it's by Shelby Van Pelt. This is my buddy read that I am doing with Kat for the month of March, and I'm really excited about reading this book. I've already started like the very beginning of it. I am only on page 14 so far, but I already think that it's really cute and it's really funny. So I'm excited to be spending some time tonight reading this. I finally got through reading The Dark Forest by Cixin Liu. It took me an age to get through that book, and so I feel like this one is going to go by significantly faster. But I would love to hear what it is that you all are reading tonight. Do tell. I want to know. As always, this is a chill time. Sit down, grab a drink, grab a snack. If it's cold where you are, get under a blanket. If it is warm where you are, get some fan going on you, and get the beverage of your choice. I am just drinking some water right now, but I did tell Keaton that I might go grab my last high noon peach seltzer that I have to drink before I need to go and buy some new ones. So far, my favorite flavor has been pear. Pear is pretty good, and so is plum. And I am not a seltzer person, so I was actually really surprised to find that I like those. But right now, just trying to stay hydrated. I haven't drank enough today. And with that, I'm going to go over, I'm going to see about my comments, see who is hanging out tonight. Christina, hello. You were the first one to comment. You said, hi, hope everyone is well, sharing some love with the like button. Thank you so much, Christina. Angel, welcome. Good to see you again. You said, hello, ready for this evening sprint. Woohoo! I'm glad that you are ready. So let me know what it is that you are working on or reading tonight. Oh, sorry, I can hear Keaton in the other room. Give me 1 second. I'm going to shut the door. Hopefully Bubby won't get too mad because he's in here with me hanging out in his bed over there, and sometimes he scratches at the door when he wants to be able to wander the house freely. Hello, Heidi. Welcome. You said, hi, everyone, ready to chat about books and things. So that is the best because we definitely talk about more things than books. A lot of bookish discussions here. Hello, Yuki Moon. Nice to see you. I'm glad that you made it to the sprints. And thank you so much for starting to comment on my videos as well. It's been really cool to hear from you on different ones. Even some videos have been out for a little bit. So I really appreciate you for that. Hi, Rena. Welcome. You said, hello. What's up? Well, what's up tonight is it's just time to hang out for a little bit. After a chaotic week, this is my time to decompress. Funny enough, this is how I decompress at the end of a week, is just talking with you all because it always brings me such joy. Hello, Alicia. Glad that you made it. Hello. And Jessica, welcome. You said made it. I'm glad that you did. What time is it there, Jessica? Because I feel like, didn't you say it's usually like midday the following day? So is it around lunchtime Saturday for you? Let me know if I'm wrong about that. I probably am. Heidi says, listening to 4 different audiobooks on library apps, so easy to download new titles. That's really cool that you can listen to 4 different ones. I am one of those people that if I even like read multiple books, they have to be completely different genres. So for example, really lately, the only time I've read 2 books at once is if I'm reading a nonfiction and I'm reading a fiction story, because it helps like keep them separate. Not that I would get the stories confused, but I guess I just don't like too many overlapping narratives. I want to like try to get through one. So I think it's really cool when people read like multiple books at once. You know, they're reading 4, 5, 6 books at one time. Listening to them must be really interesting as well, though I feel like I may end up finding listening to that many more confusing than reading them, only because there's nothing physical to attach, but that might just be me. Alicia says, I'll be reading Kings of the Wild First, I'm making breakfast for dinner and drinking a Creature Comforts beer. Oh, that's so fun. And breakfast for dinner is always a win. Like, you might not want to have dinner for breakfast, but you will, at least for me, will always have breakfast for dinner. So I love that. I have not heard of Creature Comforts as a beer, but I hope that it is delicious. Also, what kind of beer is that? Is it kind of like a sour? Is it a oh my god, I just blanked on all different kinds of beer. Good job, me. Just to let me know what kind it is, because like stouts and stuff. I usually have like certain kinds of beers that I gravitate towards, but the one kind that I really can't drink is an IPA. Christina says, "Not sure what I'll be reading. I have a few on the docket." Very nice. And Yuki says, "Just finished Three Body Problem, the first book. The last pages caught me off guard in a way I was not expecting." Awesome. I'm glad to hear it. I hope that you really enjoyed it. I'm curious if you rate books, what rating did you give it? And like, was it something where the ending kind of cinched the rating for you, or did you know what the rating was the entire time while reading it? Jessica says, having guests soon, but I spent the morning prepping to see Pink tonight. Oh, that's so cool. Very excited. I need to now make breakfast. Oh, seeing Pink in concert would be so cool. I've never seen her, but I've heard that she's a lot of fun and like really great in shows. He said, was going to read Tomb of Hercules today, but not sure that is achievable today. Will try. Well, no worries at all. I'm just glad that you're here to hang out. Heidi says, Alicia, are you listening to audio for Kings of the Wild? So great. And Jessica says, just past 11 a.m. So I was close. I was really, really close on Saturday. Yes. Alicia says, no, I'm reading physically. Maybe I will check and see if I ever have access to the audio just to check it out. Heidi says Deathstalker is King of the Wild, but in space without the rock and roll Easter eggs. That's cool. Deathstalker does sound like fun. Heidi, I know that you have mentioned that book to me. I was pretty sure it was on I think it was another one of these live shows in a comment, or maybe it was on a video, but I know that we've talked about that. Rena says, I got COVID. No, I'm so sorry. So I've been struggling with reading due to brain fog. Just as a side note, I got that the one time that I got COVID, and it lasted for a really long time, and it freaked me out like so bad, because I was actually in training for something at work. It was really important that I learned how to do it because the person was leaving and I wasn't going to be able to use them as a resource anymore. And I was the only one they were teaching how to do this massive process with all these spreadsheets. And I just remember feeling like I was having such a difficult time concentrating and remembering things. The worst. It did go away, fortunately, because I remember at that time I was like, is this going to be the way that I live my life forever now? I was so worried about it, but it will go away. But I want to get back into stride next week. I promised my boyfriend to read Hyperion Cantos, so that's my next book. Well, good luck to you with that, and I hope that everything starts clearing up for you soon. Heidi says, yes, I think 4 is too much. ACOTAR is falling by the wayside. I usually listen to a chapter or two before I switch. Okay, there you go. Well, you're keeping things fresh that way. Alicia says, I'll have to check out Deathstalker, Heidi. Yuki says the best kinds of beer are the really cold ones and the free ones. I would have to agree with you about that. I do not like warm beer at all. Like once it starts getting warm, I think I probably inherited this from my mama because, and I'm not this bad. Whenever she goes out to a restaurant, she has to have the beer on ice. I have put ice in beer before if I can tell that I'm not drinking it fast enough to keep it cold, if that makes sense. But like when I'm out at a restaurant, usually that's not a problem. But yeah, she always has to have her glass of ice. Jessica says, I now have a 3 Body Problem on my wish list. Well, cool. Maybe I'm going to get a whole bunch of people to read that book. I definitely don't think it's going to be to everybody's liking. It depends. Honestly, it depends on how much you like thought experiments and philosophy because it is sci-fi, but it's also a lot of philosophy. So I'm going to take a drink really quick. And Alicia says, currently the creature comforts I'm drinking is called a Tropicalia, and it's a citrus IPA. Okay, I guess you wouldn't like it. LOL. No, unfortunately, but when I first, so I, full disclosure, was somebody who actually did not drink until I turned 21. I was that good little noodle that didn't break any of the rules. And I hated pretty much anything that wasn't sweet. I didn't want to drink it. And now I have moved on to actually preferring things that aren't sickeningly sweet. So I'm kind of wondering if I give it another maybe like 5 to 10 years, if I might actually gravitate towards IPAs, because I found some really good sours recently that I enjoyed, and I never, ever, ever thought that I would like drinking a sour beer. So here we are. Those taste buds be changing. Heidi says, Alicia, the narrator for Deathstalker is as good as Pacey, top-notch audio narrator. Awesome. Yuki says, I heard about the book, but did not read anything about it before starting. Went in completely blind. That is the way to do it. That is the way that I went into it as well. I knew a little bit. So the thing about that book that actually made me mad was, and it wasn't even my fault, when I was first learning that I even wanted to read it, the natural thing to do is to go on either Goodreads or go on Amazon and just read the description of the book. Like, that's not really that weird, right? You want to know what it's generally about. One of the two sites, I think it might have been Goodreads, literally spoiled in the description of the book a huge thing that happens in the book, and I didn't know. And so there's a video where I talk about that, not in my review video. It was I think it was in the one where I had gotten my subscriber recommendations, and I was going and I was explaining which ones I had picked. That was it. I had picked them to put on my Christmas list, and I was going based off of the description I think that I had read on Goodreads. And it wasn't until I went and I found the one I think that was on Amazon, and I read that and I went, that's not anything like what I read on on Goodreads. Somebody messed up majorly who wrote that, and it made me so mad. Alicia says, Heidi, the author is Simon R. Green. And Heidi says, Rena, Hyperion is an experience more than a book. Yeah, that's another one that I need to read. Maria says, Heidi, I'm not a sci-fi reader, but I'm pretty excited for it. That's awesome. I'm really glad to hear that. Hopefully you end up enjoying it. Also, just as we get to the last couple comments here, we get to do our first sprint, and you guys get to decide what length of time you want that to be. So it can be either 30 minutes or 45 minutes. And the way that it works here is whoever answers first is the one who gets their time. So go ahead and put it in the chat whenever you are ready. Otherwise, I will default if nobody answers. Angel says, audiobook Eve by Anna Carey while making beaded jewelry for St. Patrick's Day. Oh, that's so fun. I love that. Do you make like really complicated styles of jewelry, or is it kind of more of like just stringing simple like beads and ornaments together? I haven't done that before, but my stepmom actually has like a ton of kits, and she's made like all sorts of bracelets and things, and they take an immense amount of time, which is why I was curious if it's kind of like a quick activity or if it's like a complicated activity. And Yuki says, the book I read just before I started Three Body Problem was Dark Matter. Yes! I'll need some time to recover from both of them. Yay! You read 2 5-star reads from me. So that's awesome. I'm really, I hope that when you say that you need to recover from them, it's just because they made you think a lot and that you actually liked them, because that's the goal. But yeah, I love books like that. Ones that are really cool concepts, and then they make you just go, wow, I never thought of that. Those are my favorite. And Yuki says exactly. Well, nobody answered in terms of what time they would prefer, so I'm actually going to just default to 30 minutes, which is totally cool. And that's what I used to do anyway, so I don't have any problem with that. And let me I got to share my screen here. I forgot to do that before I started the live. I'm a slacker, people. I'm slacking. Emily says, hello, reading The Witches Are Coming by Lindy West and drinking passion fruit and hibiscus cider. That sounds amazing. Kicking off the weekend, right? I am jealous. Is this like regular cider or is this hard cider? Both answers are correct. I would like to know personally, and if there's like a specific brand that you are drinking, because I would like to know. And Angel says, stringing and adding charms is so fun. Yay! It's fabulous. Well, I will let you all get to your respective tasks, and I'm going to wish you happy reading or crafting. I will see you all in a little bit. Oh, and I also forgot to add my next question, so my apologies. I will do, what books were so gripping that you read them in a single day? Okay, that's your question. What books were so gripping that you read them in a single day? See ya. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I am on page 29. This is just a really just fun, light read right now. Though I think it's going to get deeply emotional later. All right. Awesome. Got a ton of comments in during that last one. I got to find where we left off. Let's see. All right. We left off with Storm coming in and saying, "Hi, everyone. Stormy, hello. Happy to see you." Emily says, "Hard cider, storm along." And for those of you who weren't here yet, Emily is drinking a passion fruit and hibiscus hard cider. And I definitely want to find out if that is available where I live. Let's see. I have it at like a Total Wine and More or something. They always have like a bunch of random fun stuff. Jessica says, "I've never been able to read one in a single day apart from Divergent from a Bookmon prompt, 400-page book in a day." Okay. Booking, or is it Bookemon? Yeah, and this is to answer the question, what books were so gripping that you read them in a single day? He also says, or he also said, Whale Rider by Witty Himare was close, though. So was Icebreaker by Hannah Grace. So was The Raging Quiet by Cheryl Jordan. So was A Court of Mist and Fury by Sarah J. Maas. Well, those are awesome books to state that you very nearly read them in one day. And The Court of Mist and Fury, I know, is a long one. I don't know about the other books, but it's a big book to try to read in one day. Raina says, "I'm kind of a very slow reader as an adult, but as a kiddo, I would literally inhale Warrior Cat's books. The premise was absurd, but the books had so much drama to effectively entertain a kiddie." So those books, I didn't read those when I was a kid, but one of my dearest friends, Dylan, he loves cats. Like he jokes that he was raised by cats because he and his family had quite a few, and he took care of all of them and loved all of them. And he still to this day like adores cats. And he talks about reading those. And I think Keaton actually might have as well. So even if who cares if the premise is ridiculous? That doesn't matter as long as it's fun. And it got you to read as a kid, which is important. Heidi says, "Alicia, yes, it's green. I got a phone call. Deathstalker is very funny. Like Abercrombie. Have I sold it to you?" And Christina says, "Hi, Storm." And Heidi came in later. It's at 30 minutes, which is what we did. So that was perfect. Alicia says, "Yes, you have, Heidi. I'll check it out now." Heidi says, "Alicia, if you get a chance, watch Brian Lee Durfee's review of Deathstalker. He gives the perfect review." Hey, Faye, giving a wave in there. Welcome. Glad to see you. Heidi says, "That is easy. Voyager Outlander Book 3 started at 7 p.m., finished at 2 a.m. Also, basically listened to the 2 existing Bloodsworn books nonstop until I finished, except for when my son was home from school but hardly slept, was listening to them instead. They are the shadow of the gods and the hunger of the gods." Awesome. Hey, Alicia, welcome. Alicia says, "Hello, Alex and everyone. I'm currently trying to finish The Silver Witch by Paula Braxton." Awesome. Got some people reading witchy books tonight. And he also said, "My gripping books, Crave, Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows, The Spanish Love Deception." Oh, I've heard of that one. Twilight, the Selection series. Okay. All read in a day, but on separate days. Oh, of course. Yeah. I wouldn't expect you to read all of those in just like one day. Like the people who do the 24-hour readathons, like consecutive 24 hours. I've done a readathon, but I split it up over multiple days because I just like with my work schedule, I couldn't do that. And I also don't think that I could actually concentrate reading that long. But people who can, they're like, "Oh yeah, I read 4 or 5 books in 24 hours. I'm like, nope. That is not me. That is not me at all. Also, I read too slowly for that. Rita says, "Alex, I'm wondering if you like historical fiction retellings such as Arthuriana, anything of that kind. This may or may not serve as my prelude to shill for my favorite Arthurian retelling." Well, why don't you go ahead and pitch it to me anyway, Rena? Because I do love historical fiction. Admittedly, I have like favorite time periods I realize that I stick to, and honestly never intentional, but for whatever reason, I always gravitated towards World War II. It's just something that I like reading about, apparently, but I like all sorts of different um, historical fiction. And so if you have one, please recommend it, and I will write it down and I'll go and research it. But you should definitely tell me a little bit about it as well. Also, of course, expecting no spoilers. Storm says, "Hi, Christina." Hi, Nicole. Welcome. Nicole says, "Hi." And you also said reading Forever Amber and alternating that with editing a video. Very nice. And Nicole says, most gripping single day read Animal Farm. Okay, very nice, by George Orwell. Yes, because he was the same one who wrote 1984. Jessica says, Nicole, how are you? And Nicole says, hi, Christina and Storm. Emily says, we had to remove this post physical because it's short and gripped me from the very start, and lessons in chemistry audio because it was hilarious and all the characters were amazing. Oh, that's so cool. I don't think I have ever heard of we have to remove this post. So I'm going to just write that down really quick. Because I'm curious what that is exactly. The only books, like I should say, in recent time, recent meaning like within the last few years, that I read in a single day that weren't like some sort of graphic novel, were The Seven Husbands of Evelyn Hugo, which shocked me because I did not expect to want to sit and read that in one day, but I did. And then it was when I was reading the Bill Hodges trilogy. It was the very last book, End of Watch. I finished that in one day as well. And I just like, I shocked the crap out of myself both times because I didn't expect to be able to like concentrate that long. But sure enough, Nicole says, hi, Jessica, doing well. And you? He also said, I'm also reading Dorian Gray. Very nice. Awesome. I am hoping that I will be able to start Dorian Gray for the next sprints next week. That depends on my reading of Remarkably Bright Creatures, but Dorian Gray might be one of those that I like pick up and come back to. I don't know if it's going to be one that I just read that one straight through without touching another book. So we'll see. It depends on how I'm feeling, but I'm really excited because I really do feel awesome about all of the books that I'm reading this month, and I have already read the longest one, which was, of course, The Dark Forest, and everything else feels so short by comparison. Jessica says, Nicole, pretty good. Going to see Pink tonight. So have been running around doing errands all morning. And Nicole says, oh my gosh, how fun. Enjoy. Faye says, to answer the question, I don't think I've read anything but novellas, plays, or children's books in a day. If I'm really enjoying the book, I want it to last. Faye, I am with you there 100%. I'm one of those people that I like to digest the books that I'm reading usually pretty thoroughly before I move on to something else, which is also why it's not often, unless I'm super ready for a book to be over. This is usually in the case when I have not enjoyed reading a book and I'm just ready for something else. Most of the time, if I have enjoyed a book, the day that I finish it, I will wait until the next day to start a different book. So I have time to process it. And then if I didn't like a book, then I might start another book the same day that I finish that one, just so I can have something new to focus on. But yeah, there's something about when I'm reading a 5-star book that as I'm going through it, my brain just goes, nope, quit reading it because you're getting through too much of it. It's funny how that happens. And Jessica says, I will start Dorian Gray tomorrow. I think the house has just been too busy to give the book the attention and respect it deserves. Totally fair. Absolutely. And I'm going to be in the right headspace for reading that for sure. And after reading The Dark Forest, that was not the book that I needed to go to. I needed to go to something fun and a little bit easier to read for sure. And Jessica says, but I managed to read 24 pages this sprint. Awesome job. Alicia says, I watched the video Heidi recommended and cooked my breakfast. Awesome. Also, what are you making for breakfast, Alicia? I can't believe I didn't ask you that. We talk about food all the time on the channel, and I didn't even ask you which foods And Nicole says, I edited the first 17 seconds of the 48 minutes of a video. I need to edit lots of trimming ahead. Sorry, I can tell my throat is parched tonight. So I might be doing that a little bit more often. Yeah, that's a lot of footage, and I have been there many times, Nicole. So I totally get where you're coming from. Now, Alex, welcome. Hello. You said hello. I'm reading One Last Time by Helga Flatland. Awesome. I hope it's a book that you are enjoying. Alicia says, I don't know how many pages I read, but currently 50 of 308. Sweet. Nicole, hello. You said hello. I didn't forget it was Friday. Not at all. Insert valid excuse for being late here. It's okay if you're late. I just appreciate that you showed up. Thank you. And Jessica says, Pokemon play on the Pokemon games. Okay, yes, then it is Pokemon. And Alex says, I read a lot of books in a single day, lol. That does not surprise me for you, Alex, at all. We Are Okay by Nina LaCour is a good one-sitting book, though I always cry. We Are Okay. Well, you know me, Alex, you and I, well, actually both of us, the Alexes, like to read books that make us feel emotional because I do enjoy that. So thank you for that recommendation. Nicole says, hi, Alex and Nicole and Heidi and Alicia. And Nicole says, it mostly just has to do with the time I have, not how into the book I am. The most recent, excluding manga graphic novels, was The Elephant in the Room by Holly Goldberg Sloan on Monday. Okay. Nicole, do tell me a little bit about that because I like the title, The Elephant in the Room. That's fun. Oh, got my little notepad here. I love this like notepad that I have. This is amazing for these sprints. And Nicole says, hi, Faye. And Jessica says, actually, I've read one of the famous 5 books in a single day when I was young. It was a bit much. Nice. Christina says, hi, Nicole. And hello, lovable reader. Welcome to you. I'm so glad that you made it. I think this is your first time here. And please tell me your name and what it is that you are reading today. Nicole says, hi, Carissa. Oh, okay, Carissa. Well, Nicole already told me. So there we go. I'll have to write down your name for the first night and then everybody can attest. I'm usually pretty good after that at remembering people's names, as long as you're here often. Christina says, hi, Carissa. And Carissa says, hey, Christina. And Christina says, I have read a book all in a day, but it's been a while. Okay, that makes sense. It's been a while for me too, Christina, at this point. Nicole says, I think one of my favorite single day reads was Pet Sematary by Stephen King. That's one of the books that I still really need to read. I have been coming up with a video idea that I likely will end up hopefully filming tomorrow. And I'm looking forward to it because I'm going to be talking about books that I'm like prioritizing for the year. And I'm hoping that I'll actually be able to get to all of them. And I had to pick, I was like, I have to pick one king. And Storm is on here, so she will remember this from the last conversation. But I really want to try to read Desperation, which is the big chunky one down there. I have a thing for King's chunky books. I tend to think that they're some of his best works, and I have a feeling I'm really going to like that one. I don't know anything about the premise. I bought that at a Half Price Books years ago because they have really good deals on hardback books. That's where I got my copy of Under the Dome. And so that's at least one of them I can spoil for you. Heidi says, hi, Nicole. And Storm says, hi, Nicole. And Carissa says, The Green Mile has to be my favorite Stephen King book. Carissa, that's also one of my favorites. And that was also the book that I got my partner, Keaton. He wanted a Stephen King recommendation, a book to start on. And I gave him The Green Mile, and he loved it. He was blown away by it. So, yes, I recommend that to everybody. Still haven't seen the movie. I don't know when I'm going to get around to that, but I do love the book. Storm says, maybe back in my teens and 20s, I might have read a book in one day, but I'm a slow reader and get distracted very easily. I feel that, Storm, and I respect and appreciate that. Yuki says, Fahrenheit 451 is one of the books I read in a single day when I was younger. By the way, Dorian Gray is definitely on my TBR. Well, we're doing the read-along for the month of March. So if you're interested, we're going to have a live show on March 30th between, actually, we're all here. Nicole from Noteworthy Fiction, Alex from Alex Black Reads, and Jessica from This Kiwi. We're doing one, and I'm really excited about it. Oh, the classics. They're beginning again. Rena says, I was about to pitch in the Merlin trilogy by Mary Stewart. It is essentially a retelling framed from Merlin's POV, following him from boyhood to old age. First and third books make me cry so much. I know you said that's one of three, so I'll there's more messages coming, but I'm gonna write that down really quick. G by Mary Stewart. Did I say something other than Stewart earlier? My apologies if I did. Robert, hey Robert, welcome. Robert says timeline novel by Michael Crichton was the only novel I read in a day. Hello, hello to you as well. Let's see, timeline novel. Got some interesting titles going on here tonight as well. Faye says, I just hit the halfway mark in Dorian Gray. Good job. And Nicole says, hi, Robert. Rena says, the biggest appeal to me was that it was very grounded in historic context and is an extremely well-researched book. Stewart's prose is somewhat violent, but extremely gripping at all the key moments. That's awesome, Rena. Thank you for that recommendation. Jessica says, oh my gosh, Alex, I love your water glass. Very cool. Thank you. I was given these as a gift for Christmas with my little bee, with all my bees everywhere around me all the time. And what's hilarious is these have all been gifted to me. Like, my family just knows I love bees, so I don't even buy anything bee related for myself anymore, because my dad's side of the family and my mom's side of the family, they buy me all the bee stuff I could ever want, including a beekeeping suit that I can't use yet because I don't live in an area where I can have bees. But one day, my friends, one day, I will have bees and I will be a very happy beekeeper. Rena says, it also recontextualizes the myth in a pretty cunning way, and that makes for a very entertaining retelling. Okay, cool. I would really like to start reading historical fiction novels that aren't just World War II, even though that's my bread and butter. I know that there's so much else out there, so I think that that's a great recommendation. You said, I do hate length of YouTube comments. Oh yeah, because you can't type out everything at once. I don't know why they do it that way, like the character limit, I guess, is to prevent people from writing an entire wall of text, but it's kind of like tweets, you know, where people have to put like the number at the end of the tweet to be like, this is one of 8. Heidi says, Alicia, would you think of Brian Lee Durfee, or would you think of Brian Lee Durfee in his review? He was enthusiastic. I am on book 2 now, Rebellion. Robert says, Nicole, hi. Still reading it. 600 pages in. Awesome. Nicole says, nice. Alicia says, you guys convinced me to give it a shot, Heidi. And you said, hi, Nicole, I'm off to eat my breakfast and beer. Heidi says, Rena, I just started a new historical fiction series for me by David Gill. I'm told his research is very good. The Benjamin Weaver series, London Detective in the 1720s. Oh, that sounds cool too. I like a good historic London. Haven't read very many books from that time, but I always like movies and TV shows that are set. And I also, you know, the History Channel type of videos where they go and they show you the different architecture of an area and they kind of tell you the history of an area and what life was like there. I think stuff like that's super cool. I inherited that from my dad. I'm one of those people that I really like learning how things were created and why they were made in a certain way. I think those shows are great. Maria says, Heidi, I will put it on my list. And Carissa says, the movie is so good. I know Tom Hanks is supposed to be amazing in that. And oh, he's also young. Like, that's how I know that that's a movie that I need to watch of his, is because it's one of his earlier ones, you know, when he was like hitting his stride of popularity. He also says, I'm reading The Great Hunt. Cool. And what is The Great Hunt about, Carissa? Is that one that so far you are enjoying, or are you still like super early into it? And Yuki says, only one I read from him was Under the Dome. It was interesting, but I would not read it again. Not really worth the time, I think. I completely understand that. And it's a very long book. Under the Dome is one of my favorites of his, and I will read it again one day, but I completely agree with you that it is a huge time commitment. I mean, that's like, and depending on how much you read in a month, like that book is all like most of, if not all, possibly of an entire month. If you're just like really taking your time through it. Storm says, I like Desperation back when I read it a long time ago, so afraid to try it now, and I tend to not like King as much these days. Yeah, I remember you saying that, but I'm going to give it a shot, and I'm feeling strongly positive about it. And Nicole says, Elephant in the Room is a middle grade book, was a pleasant read, portrays kids dealing with big issues like deportation and autism. Oh, wow. They find larger meaning with the care of an elephant a friend buys. That is so sweet. I love that. Thank you for that recommendation. I'm going to look that up. Nicole says, have you started Dorian yet, Alex? I got distracted when you were talking about it. That's okay. I haven't yet. I am planning to after I read Remarkably Bright Creatures because I needed something lighter and easier to read and digest before I went into that because I just came off of The Dark Forest, and The Dark Forest was a lot of mental work to read that book. A lot of philosophy, was not what I was expecting it to be. Very interested to see how I do a review of that book because I have not organized my thoughts about it at all, but there will be a review, I promise. Heidi says, Rena, it is David Liss, not Gil. Emily says, my friend has a community beehive that she is part of working with the community garden. I have never thought about that, but I wonder if there is something like that near me. There might be. That's a fantastic idea, Emily. I'm gonna have to look into that because I mean, what more could they ask for? I can bring my own suit and tools, and I can carry heavy boxes any day of the week. So I'm happy to. Nicole says, I need to find a community chicken coop. Well, that sounds like fun. You can like get eggs and whatnot. That's great. And Carissa says, it's the second book in the Wheel of Time series. I'm liking it so far. Awesome. I need to read Mr. Robert Jordan at some point. And I can't remember how many books are there in the Wheel of Time series. I know it's a significant amount. I thought that I actually had the digital copy of the first book, but it turns out that I don't. So I either have to wait until after I can buy books again in July, or I'm going to have to see if I can find a copy of it at the library if I decide that I want to start that this year. But that's another one of those that I'm like, well, I'm in the middle of other series, and if I don't finish the other series before I start reading that one, I might do the same thing and like delay the books, and then I'm going to take forever to get through them, which is not something that I really want. So whenever I decide to start reading The Wheel of Time, it's going to be a very strategic move, and you all will know about it because it means that I am not going to have much time in between each book to read because I would have my palate cleanser in between, and then I'd have to go right back into reading the next one in the series because it's a way that I got to operate. Marina says, have you seen how silly medieval beekeepers look? Yes. Yes. The other thing that I really don't like about beekeeping back in the day is anytime that they wanted to actually harvest the honey, they killed the bees. In case you all didn't know that, they would kill them. And most of the time they were actually at like monasteries and churches, which was super interesting to learn about. But I much prefer today where, we can live in harmony and you just take the surplus honey and not what they actually need to survive. That's the better way to do it. Emily says, oh, that would be cool, Nicole. We'll have to look into that in my area. Talk about the chicken coop. Heidi says, lovable. Oh, yeah, Carissa, I am a big wheelie. The Great Hunt is great. Many more great books ahead. Number 4, 6, 11, 12. Super. It's funny that you didn't say all of them, though, Heidi. Maybe not all of the books are created equal in that regard. Krista says, I'm kind of nervous about it because the books are chunky. There are 14 books, and I have books 1 through 4 on my Kindle. Well, I believe in you. And if that's something that you are committed to, the main thing I think about a series like that is if at any point while reading the series you go, I am not having fun, forcing yourself through 14 books, I wouldn't do it. So as long as you're enjoying it, that's the important thing. Although I know some people live by the motto of like, I'm not a quitter, I'm going to read all of them. But that's a lot, and they're not small books either. And also said, I would like to buy the hardcover books. If you want to buy the hardcovers and you would be willing to go with a little bit of a fancier edition, my recommendation would actually be for you to look up the Juniper Books, the book covers. So what you could do there is they sell just the covers, or you can buy the covers and the book together. But if you do it with the book, they're going to be significantly more expensive. So if you could find like gently used copies in hardback of all 14 books, and then you buy the covers, they create one image on your shelf with like all together that says Wheel of Time, and it's like this really beautiful thing. I would highly recommend that because I've seen people who have it and it's so cool. So if I or when I get to reading the Wheel of Time, if I'm ever like, yeah, I want to buy these, I would probably invest in having that really cool set. He says 15 books with the prequel. Ah, okay, even more. And Carissa says, it helps that Brandon Sanderson finished the series because I really like his writing. I have yet to read a Brandon Sanderson as well, but I know that when I decide to pick his works up, I am not starting with the Mistborn trilogy. I am starting with one of his standalone novels because I want to get a taste for his writing style. But I really don't think that I can go wrong there because so many people are happy with his writing. He said people have said that there is a little bit of a slump in the middle books. Okay, well, that's kind of normal. I feel like the middle of anything kind of can drag sometimes, maybe with the exception of Game of Thrones. I felt like those books for the most part were always just going really hard, but that was also George R. R. Martin, and he never finished them, so he doesn't get that much credit. Heidi says, Alex, I can send you all the Wheel of Time mass market paperbacks in a box set if you want in July. They are stored at my summer house. I bought them for my brother, and he gave them all back to me. Oh my gosh, Heidi, really? I would absolutely accept that, but only if that's not an inconvenience, and I would pay you for shipping. I wouldn't expect you to spend any money to send me anything, but I would happily receive those and keep them safe and well loved in my home. Thank you so much for that. That's so cool. And Carissa says, I have heard of them. I want to buy the Harry Potter set from them. Yeah, they have multiple different Harry Potter sets too, because they have some where it's like the train, which were the ones that were my favorite, but I'm a sucker for trains since you don't know that yet, but I love trains. And then they have ones, I think, like they have a Hogwarts, like with a Hedwig, and they might have something related to the house colors as well. Like if you're like a, Ravenclaw or Gryffindor, but I might be thinking of something else. But I definitely know the Hogwarts castle, like with the Hedwig, and then the train are ones I thought were really cool. And Heidi says, Alex, they're all good, but some are like, oh my God, over the top great. I respect and appreciate that as well. Rena says, I'm really scared of starting those huge fantasy series. This is too much responsibility. But, just know that you could take it at your own pace. I felt the same way when I started the Expanse series and I read Leviathan Wakes, and I was like, love this book. Fantastic. And then I didn't read any of the other ones after that. And it's been so long now that I have to restart from the beginning. But I have the benefit of being able to read with Keaton because Keaton is also interested in starting them with me, which means I would have a reading buddy at home. And I love that. He's really fun, though. And Carissa says, I have yet to finish the first book of Game of Thrones. That's fair as well. I loved those books, but I will always be bitter about the fact that they will have no end. It's like, so when people talk about reading it now, I'm like, well, maybe you wouldn't want to start a series that you know that you can't finish. I wouldn't blame you. And Alicia says, that's so kind of you, Heidi. It really is. And Krista says, I think that they have the Ravenclaw house set. Yes. Okay, cool. Then I was not misremembering. All right, everybody. That was Awesome. Fantastic discussion. Thank you for that. This is the point in time when you can tell me how long you want the next sprint to be. Could be 30 or 45 minutes. First one to answer is the winner. So do tell. And Heidi says, Alex, yeah, how do I get them to you? I thought you keep your location a secret. Heidi, just email me. My email is in the description of my YouTube channel, and I'll message with you and talk to you about how to get them to me. So thank you so much for that. That means a lot. What are we going to do? All right, Nicole answered first. She said 45 minutes. You got it. 45 minutes up on the clock. I just have to change my timer here really quick. Do. And Emily agreed also with the 45. Well, perfect. That works out then. And Rita says, Carissa, I really love Martin's prose and his approach to character building. He is a really talented gardener. However, the books are extremely heavy and weird in some moments. There you go. And Carissa said, okay. All right, I got 45 minutes up on the clock, everybody. I'm going to wish you all happy reading. Oh, I almost did that twice in a row. I got to give you another question. I'm so sorry about that. Let's see. Okay. Here's a fun one. This one came from Keaton. What were you inspired to do in your real life thanks to a novel? I thought that was a really great question. So I'll let you all think about that one, and I will see you all in 45 minutes. Happy reading. I don't know about you, but that time just flew by. Come on back. Let me know how you did. I am on page 51. This book really is going by a lot faster for me. So let me go back here. I left you all with the question of what were you inspired to do, in your real life thanks to a novel? I gotta go find the last comment here. Let's see. Faye says, I was inspired to get obsessed with reading thanks to a lot of novels. That's wonderful. Heidi says, Alex, I do not see an email in your description. Well, fortunately, it's super easy. It's just alexfrankfiction at gmail.com. I'm putting that in the description here. I should have just typed that out to begin with, Heidi. My apologies for that. I shouldn't have asked you to look for it. Sorry about that. Faye says, serious answer. My method for dealing with panic attacks is inspired by a scene from Winnie the Pooh. When Eeyore falls in a river, he calmly floats instead of fighting the current so he doesn't drown. I deal with panic attacks by floating, where you let the adrenaline flow without fighting it. That is really interesting, Faye, and I think that is really inspiring that you got that from Winnie the Pooh. How interesting and also very cool. When did you figure out how to do that? At like what age were you? Because I suffer from anxiety very badly, and I'm still trying to learn ways to deal with it, even though I've dealt with it my whole life. Faye says, I keep Eeyore's items around me at all times to remind me. That's so sweet. Robert says, after reading Joe Abercrombie, I wanted to drink the blood of my enemies. Actually, it's find out more about the wildlife and refuge in Florida because of the Southern Reach trilogy, Vandermeer. That's really cool, Robert. I mean, the first part would have been, interesting, but the second part, that's awesome. I love that. Jamie, welcome. I'm happy to see you. Jamie says, I was really into Atlas Shrugged in high school. So when I went to college, I majored in physics with a math minor and rebooted the philosophy club. That's so cool. I love that. I kind of wish I had been part of a philosophy club when I was in college because I took only one philosophy class, but it jump-started my entire desire to learn about philosophy, and I've had to be self-taught ever since then. Heidi says, Robert, what is that Abercrombie reference? Bays? Heidi says, my time in the circle of the world is almost over. No. Alicia says, I was inspired to try and write my own novels. I have several started but not finished. Yeah, starting's always the easy part, right? It's the continuing that is the hard part, and nobody can blame you there. Robert says, Heidi, it's more of a meme, like how much blood it takes to make a sword. It's a lot, by the way. 2,352 donors. Oh my gosh. Heidi says, chicken soup for the soul taught me to always ask. The worst is that they can say no, but that is nonfiction. I really like that too, Heidi. That's awesome. You said, once you've got a task to do, it's better to do it than live with the fear of it. Joe Abercrombie, The Blade Itself, the first law, number 1. Yeah, I really need to read The Blade Itself. It's so highly regarded. I've only ever heard good things about it. Seriously, I can't think of one negative comment I've heard about that book. Yeah. Yeah, once you've got a task to do, it's better to do it than live with the fear of it. Yeah, that's kind of the way that I live my life. It's always better for something to be over than to sit and agonize over it. But that also helps with my anxiety. Jessica says, I honestly can't answer that one. Maybe it's an autism thing, but what goes on in books stays in books for me, and my life doesn't change. I guess Atomic Habits may start helping me make micro changes. That is a book that I am also kind of interested in. I don't know if I would want to read the whole thing, but I want to read at least parts of it because there was a really interesting YouTube video. I've actually talked about it on here, but it's about bookstores and it's about the habit of like how people can read more today. And that book is one that got mentioned, and it sounded like there was a lot of really interesting information in it. And it's, minimum, I don't know if it came from that book, but there's this concept of minimum viable effort. There's a doctor at Stanford who came up with it. And essentially the idea is if you want to start any new habit, the best way to start is by setting the bar extremely low for yourself. So an example that I've heard before is if you want to floss more, start by flossing one tooth. That's it, one tooth a day. Or if you want to start reading more, read one page. And then once you've worked your way up, read 2 pages a day, right? And I think that that's a really interesting concept. And so when you said micro changes, that's what my brain thought of. So very cool. And he also said, been grooving to Tones and iMusic. I love Tones and I. Awesome. While braiding my hair, I've done half because my arms got sore and now I need a break. We'll start braiding the other half soon. Awesome. Alex says, I got no reading done, but I made soup and some noodles for dinner. Very, very nice. That's okay. It's okay not to read. Rena says, it's late here. So good night, everyone. I think Rena's probably gone by now, but bye, Rena. And then that was my email for you, Heidi. And Nicole says 5 out of 53 minutes edited, 5 minutes cut, reading Dorian Next Sprint. Nice. Faye says floating is a method I learned about online over a decade ago, but I wasn't sure what to do with it until I linked it with ER going with the flow. I love that. Storm says, no reading, but have almost finished the Big Sleep film since I finished the book earlier. I love that. Great. And Jessica says, continuing to write a novel is definitely the hard part. LOL. I have been on chapter 3 for ages. I think you need to be in the right space to sit and write. Oh, absolutely. I have found anytime I have tried to be creative, the harder I try to be creative, the less likely it's going to happen. Like inspiration sometimes really does just have to strike in that moment. Nicole says, I have a family member who struggles with anxiety. She's found a helpful question to ask is, where did you get the facts about that from? She found the answer is normally, I made them up. That's interesting. Okay. My anxiety is unfortunately usually rooted in intense logic, which is why it can be very difficult for me to get out of it. So, like I talk with Keaton and I have like some really good friends of mine that I, explain things to when I'm worried about something. And I'm always able to systematically explain why I'm worried about that thing and why it should be a concern. And, they can tell me whether they think it's likely happening or to happen, right? But in terms of why I'm concerned about that thing, that can't necessarily be argued with. And Keaton, for that reason, has told me that I'm probably one of the most rational people he's ever met in his life, just because that's how my brain works. But it's also a curse. Like it's a blessing and a curse. It's a blessing because I solve many problems before things become serious, but it's a curse because I worry about fixing things before a problem has occurred. That's the like fundamental core of my personality is I'm a fixer, I'm a doer. You present me with a problem, I have to fix it right now. And so that's probably not something that you all know about me because, like, for YouTube and books and whatnot, that's just like a fun outlet. Like, it's something fun to do. But yeah, in my personal life, I'm like, oh, you found something. Let's take care of it right now. And Alicia's like, I had a phone call and got to page 65. Good job. Very, very nice. Alicia says, I have read Atomic Habits. Very good book. Christina says, supper is almost ready. I hope it's delicious, whatever it is that you're making. You said, and that is all I know right now. Jessica says, Tones and I is the support act for Pink tonight. That is so cool. Wow, that's going to be awesome. I never realized I have heard so much of their music. At least it'll be a good time. Oh, it's going to be a fantastic time. You kidding? Carissa says, I read a few pages, ate dinner, and watched a few episodes of So Help Me Tude. Very nice. Love that. And Faye says there are lots of methods for anxiety, but I have panic disorder, so they don't work. Panic equals fight or flight, sudden adrenaline rush, a blind terror. If I don't float, I could jump out of a car or something. Oh no. Well, I'm glad that you have figured out a method that works for you. And that's important because not every method works for everyone. And there's so many different ideas out there on how to handle a variety of things. OCD, ADHD, panic disorders, generalized anxiety disorder, like, name something and there's like 50 different things that people tell you to do for it, but you have to find the thing that works for you. Heidi says, Jessica, Janie Wertz talks about writer's block in her interview with Tori Talks to her first interview, not the second one. She's a famous fantasy author. You should watch it. Ed Faye says, oh, I love Todd. Awesome. And Jessica says, oh, Heidi, I will have to check it out. And Nicole says, oh, hers is based in logic too, but it's also based in predicting the future. She's learning to think, I don't know what will happen. We'll see. That's a really great thing to do. I also want to try to predict the future, which is not fun because you can't. And if you're very familiar, which it sounds like you might be, with anxiety, you know that a common sorry, that's my work phone. Somebody's like blowing up my email. Oh, somebody's just sending me when they're going to be off work on a Friday. I don't need that. It's Friday night. Sorry, I lost my train of thought. One of the common things that happens with people who have anxiety is something called catastrophizing, which is when you think of the worst possible scenario of the way that something can go rather than the way that it's likely to go. And that's the way that my brain works, is I assume that the worst is likely the thing that can happen. So I want to prepare for it as best I can, because if I'm prepared for the worst, then nothing can faze me, right? Which is not always a healthy way to handle things. It can be helpful in certain circumstances, but most of the time it's a hindrance. And Carissa says, I read Atomic Habits last summer and I would love to read it again. Nicole says, the facts are always based in possibilities. Yes, it's not a fun time at all. And Carissa says, I think that I made a typo. The show that I watched was So Help Me Todd. Okay, yeah, I think Faye said Todd, so I got you. No problem at all. Or Faye got you. Nicole says, I'm just glad she found something that helps. Same for you, Faye. Yes, absolutely. Usually what helps me is research and asking professional opinions. And as long as I can do that, things usually get better. You said, I wonder if this is how sci-fi dystopian writing works, authors getting all their anxieties down on paper. Entirely possible. And I have wondered before, like, if I were to write something, could I write like a horror or sci-fi or something where I think about the future, and everything that can happen. But I also don't want to imagine that the future's completely doom and gloom. It's one of the reasons I love Becky Chambers so much, is because she has such a positive take on what the future of like humanity could look like, or if like we ever built robots or we met aliens, that we could have great relationships with them and build this entire society and still maintain some semblance of what it means to be human. And she's just such a positive person, and I just want to read her books like all the time. Like if she published more, I would buy everything that she has. I already own everything that she has released, which is so far, not counting any short stories. She had the Wayfarer set of 4 books, that I bought all of those. Only one of them I didn't like. 3 of them were 5 stars, so they were fantastic. And then she has To Be Taught If Fortunate, which is the one that I haven't yet read, and then her Monk and Robot series, which is the one that's continuing, and they're the series of novellas. And I have the 2 that have come out so far, and they're great. I love them. Faye says, Nicole, oh, definitely. Krista says, to answer the question, I have found that having relationships with people is very important. I don't know what book that would be from. That is fair. One of my weird things that a novel inspired me to do was, after reading All the Light We Cannot See, I wanted to learn more about Braille. So I went and I actually learned how to read the alphabet. I don't know how to read contracted Braille, which is the way more complicated version, where like a word can be condensed into like a series of letters, or a couple words could be put into a series to make it a lot shorter. But I ended up finding out that because of the way that Braille is printed, it is like prohibitively expensive for books to actually be like made and sent out to people because of how many pages it takes, and of course like the special equipment, but it's mostly the amount of paper. Like one thick volume of a book might need to be printed in 5 volumes for Braille. And I thought that that was interesting, and I'm still trying to think of a way that, like, I could maybe help, like, in our community, because I actually went to our local library and I was asking them if we had a Braille machine there, or like anything that we could do to help people in our community who have, disabilities with their sight. And it turns out that there was another lady there who was talking about the possibility of a grant in order to get a machine where people could go and they could actually write in Braille. Because, if you prefer like letters in Braille or your texts in Braille, then they have these really cool devices that will let you plug in a text of any kind. Like it could be a Word document, it could be a PDF, and it will print it out in Braille for you to be able to read the way that you prefer. And I think that that's incredible. And so I want to see if that's something that we could bring to the community, because I think that accessibility is really important and it's something that people should take very seriously. And Jessica was saying 100% to what Nicole said. Nighty said, Dr. Phil preaches, what is the worst thing that can happen? Okay, it happens, then what? That's a great question. It happens, and then you continue on with your life. It might be a lot harder, unless the worst thing that can happen is that you die. But I'm very fortunate that that is not a fear of mine, which is probably sounds weird. Like that to me is not the worst thing that can happen to me. But other things happening, like bad things happening to the people I care about, would be a worst case scenario for sure. Jessica says, going to be a lunch break for me. Huge chicken salad. Not sure how much celiac safe food will be there, but I have heard that there is gluten-free food truck at the stadium. Fingers crossed. Yeah, definitely go full if that's the case, because I don't want you to be starving while you're there. Nicole says, I read dystopian novels because it's so different than how I think that it seems like the most imaginative fantasy. Yeah, I think that that's fair. Fantasy is cool because it's kind of meant to be a way to tell morals. Like fantasy is a way for us to reflect on our society as it is, versus to me, science fiction is kind of a way to imagine society as it might be one day. But maybe that's just the way that I think about it. And he says, Nicole, you must have read The Road by McCormick McCarthy. And Nicole says, no way. The Road sounds way too scary to me. Can't and don't want to imagine that. I do plan to read that one day. Faye says, Nicole, that's funny. I read it because it's always like, exactly, that'll totally happen. Nicole found that funny. Jessica says, that's amazing, Alex. It's so interesting to stop and think about how Braille affects the reading process. Yeah, it does. And one of the things that makes me so sad about that is when people are like, oh, well, there's audiobooks. And it's like, that's not the same thing by any stretch of the imagination. Like people who learned how to read Braille, that for them is their way of reading. And so like to just say, oh, well, who cares about having access to Braille? Like you can just listen to it instead. That's not right in any way, shape, or form. And so like Braille should definitely be more accessible to people for sure. You said also both sides are braided now. Good job. Carissa says, I think that is why I like books with strong friendships or having positive relationships with others. I do as well. I think it's really fun when you have a cast of characters that are all like a found family. I love the found family trope. That's like one of my favorite tropes of all time, for sure. Heidi says, Nicole, yes, the worst that mankind can show up is in The Road. Oh, good. Oh, that doesn't bode well for me. Alicia says we need a reading vlog where Nicole reads The Road. Poor Nicole. Nicole says, LOL, Alicia, it will be hours of me looking like. That's fair. Faye says, looking more and more traumatized in every clip. And Jessica says, I second Alicia. Christina says, so the booktuber shout out has been updated for March if you want to check it out, Alex. Wink. The booktuber shout out. The booktuber shout out. Where is that at? My brain is blanking right now. I apologize, Christina. Oh, on the spreadsheet. Yes, of course. Perfect. I will have to go and take a look at that. Thank you very much. Well, that was an awesome discussion. Thank you all. And now is the time to say, how long do you want the next sprint to be? It'd be 30 minutes, 45 minutes. I'm good with either. Also, I did go and get my high noon peach seltzer, my very last one, and I will be sipping on that this evening while I continue to drink water because I'm trying to be a good noodle. And Jessica wins, and she gets another 45 minutes. Y'all are wanting some longer ones tonight, which is totally fine. That's cool. I just wasn't expecting it. So let me get that pulled up, and I will also get, whoop, there we go. Our next question here. Let's see. What do we want to do? Oh, I think, okay, so this will be a fun one. Just because we're starting to head towards the warmer weather. Debate this. Which is better, reading while poolside or inside while it's raining? I think we'll have some interesting ones with this. Carissa says, I need to drink more water. This is your moment. This is me telling you, drink more water. It's good for you. You said that has been my goal for the past week. Well, join with me. Stay hydrated. It's important. And Jessica says, I need that time to loosen the hips properly for tonight. Gonna get your groove on, gonna shake that groove thing, as we cool hip people like to say. And Christina says, you may see someone you know. Oh, so it might be me, maybe. I will go and I will check it out. Thank you so much. And maybe I can do that during the next sprint. Let's see. And Carissa says the thing is I just got a new water bottle and I haven't used it for the past week. I have been guilty of that as well. One with like the lines on it that tell you how much you're supposed to drink. Guilty as charged. But yes, I will go ahead and I will get the next sprint pulled up here. And I'm going to wish you all happy reading. I'll see you in a bit. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. Gotta make myself big again. There we go. I made it to page 75. This is going so fast. All right, before we left, I asked you all the question debate which is better, reading while poolside or inside while it's raining? Very curious to see what some of you have to say. Faye was the first to answer, and she said, inside while raining, I often use rain ASMR while reading. It's the perfect atmosphere for focusing. Okay. Christina says, hydrate. This is my reminder to drink water, not just my seltzer. Thank you for that, Christina. And Jessica says, inside while raining because I burn and live from my Udi. Also, I self identify as a vampire, and most poolsides are outdoors. That is true. You do have the rare occasion if you go to a hotel of the indoor pool, but I agree. Most of them are outside. Robert says, reading inside while it's raining, listening to Rainy Guy channel on YouTube. There you go. All right. And Carissa says, I would have to say both. I'm good with sitting by the pool when it's sunny and nice. On the other hand, I don't mind staying inside and reading with a cup of coffee when it's raining. There you go. Okay, so you like both of them, Carissa, and I appreciate that. Alicia says, inside while it's raining, the heat makes me angry. Okay. But you live in a pretty warm climate, right, Alicia? Like you're in an area that when it gets hot, it gets like really hot. So that could be a little bit different than if you're someplace that like the winters are terrible. Jamie says, inside while it's raining, I can't swim, so I've never been a poolside lounging sort of person. It doesn't rain here much, though. Okay, very interesting. Hey, Ron, long time no see. Said hello. I sunburned too easy. Unless there are some good sunshades, I'll pass on the pool. And Carissa says, if I read by the pool, the humidity would need to be low enough to be out there comfortably. Okay, so I take it you must live someplace that I don't know, is maybe more swampy, I'm not sure exactly where you live, but I know in certain areas, especially like the closer that you get to Florida, right, the worse the humidity is going to get. He also said, unless it was an indoor pool. So, yeah, you're also throwing in the caveat of the indoor pool. Nicole says, finally got my book journal caught up and new books shelved. Good job. My TBR is all out of whack because I have 8 books checked out from the library. That is a lot of books to have checked out at once. So that makes sense. Robert says, Alex, I picked up Recursion, by the way. I'll get to it in 2026. So, Robert, I'm so excited that you picked that up because I just got a copy of that book for my friend Dustin, and I gave it to him as a birthday present, and he read it in less than 48 hours. He was obsessed with it, loved it, and I'm very confident that you will at least enjoy it. Even if you don't think it's a perfect book, I think you will really enjoy it. Well, hello, my book hauled life. Nice to see you. What is your name? Because I don't recall having seen you here before, but you are very welcome. Reading while inside raining, a screened porch or deep covered veranda where my book and I are dry, but the rain is part of my immediate surroundings. Love. See, I love that idea because you get the ions or that feeling coming off of the water, like the crispness, the freshness of it. That would probably be the only case in which I would choose rain, because if I'm indoors while raining and there's like windows and it's just gloomy outside, it puts me to sleep. I am not a good reader when it is raining outside, unless I got to sit outside in some fashion. So I'm going to be the odd person out here, and I'm going to say that if I had to choose one of the two, I would actually prefer to read by poolside, because that was like my favorite thing to do on my days off when I was in college working my summer job. I would always go to the pool as much as possible, and I am a very pale person, and I had to work up to not being completely burned, but I wear a lot of sunscreen. when I go outside and I know I'm going to sit at the pool because I don't want to become a lobster. So, but yeah, I love the heat though. But I also would have to say that where I'm at, the heat here is nothing like when I visited Key West. And, like every day, the humidity is so much that you're just like constantly sweating. It's not like that where I live. So I can enjoy a good summer day. Faye says, Robert, yes, rainy guy. He also said, I watched a badminton match and read 30 pages of The Last by Hannah Jameson. Almost finished it, probably a 3-star. Well, 3-star is solid, not as good as it could be, though. It's just too bad. I didn't know that you were a fan of badminton, which sounds like a lot of fun. Admittedly, I don't know all the rules of badminton, but like in the way that we used to get to play it in gym class, that was a lot of fun. Christina says, definitely inside while it rains. Book won't get wet. Robert says, Faye, rainy day coffee on YouTube. And Nicole says, reading inside while it's raining, the sound is amazing, and it's always a good excuse for comfy sweatshirts and hot tea. That's a great point. I also don't want water splashed onto my book. No, that's why I was sure to specify that you're inside while it's raining. You're covered in some way to make sure that it wouldn't ruin your book. So, yeah, for sure. Though, they do make the e-readers now, the Kindle Oases, that are waterproof, which is the only safe way that I feel like I could read while in a pool. Like if I was sitting in a pool, I would not have a physical book, but the Oasis would be able to be drenched and it would be okay. Nicole says 19 pages in Dorian Gray, now updating my thoughts on the Storygraph pages, favorite quotes and themes I'm noticing. Very nice. I am looking forward to checking out the Storygraph and how that functions going from chapter to chapter, and also seeing what you put in there, because I have a feeling if you and Jessica are both starting before me, I don't know when other Alex is going to start reading Dorian Gray, but I might be like the third or fourth person to make it there. But I will make it there, and I'm excited for it. Emily says, just got back from book club with my aunt, reading Outside by a Body of Water always. Okay, Emily. So I got another person who prefers that as well. Christina says, did some sprint hopping, listened to a bit of Harry Potter 4 with the kiddo, and finished a row on the blanket. Good job, Christina. You're being so productive. And Carissa says, I got to chapter 34. I'm reading on my Kindle, so I don't know how many pages I read. Do you have the ability on your Kindle to see what page you're on? Like, I know that was a setting I could always change. I could change like location. I could do pages. I could do time left in chapter was another one. And I always like to see pages because I like to be able to see my progress. JB says, got to 19% and everyone in my family has killed someone by Benjamin Stevenson. I also finished the description part of my new weekly update video. Awesome. Also being super productive. Great job. Nicole says, reading while it's raining. It says, hi, Jamie. And Jamie books BBR Quo Vadis. And Jamie says, hi, Nicole. And Nicole says, I love badminton, Faye. Faye says, Nicole, yay, my favorite sport. High five. Carissa says, it says I'm on page 464. There you go. And Nicole's like, yeah, I love it. Well, since we are at 3 hours and 18 minutes, I would say that it would probably be best for us to do 2 30-minute sprints, if that sounds good with you all, just because I know that it is going to be later by the time we end, because we're going to end up going over the 4-hour mark, and I just want to be courteous of people's time. So I'll do another 30-minute sprint, and that means I also need to give you all another question. So what's it gonna be? Okay, here's one that I'm interested to get feedback on, and that is text or call. What is your preferred method of communication when somebody is trying to get a hold of you? And Heidi's like 30 and 30. Yeah, that's what we're gonna do. Also, Heidi, hopefully you saw that I had put my email in the chat. If you need me to do that again, I would be happy to. But yeah, do answer, text or call. What is your preferred method of communication? And I will go ahead and get our next sprint pulled up. So that one was quicker this time. Oh, I also have to change the time. I didn't do that very well. There we go. Get it pulled up here. I'll see you all in a little bit. Happy reading. All right, everybody, come on back. All right, we'll have one more sprint after this, which I think will be really good. I ended up making it to page 90. So a lot of progress made tonight. More progress than I feel like I normally have on sprints, which is good. That's an awesome thing. So before we left, I asked you all the question, text or call. What is your preferred method of communication? I think this is going to be a fun one. Gotta go back here. Oh, I went like way too far. Whoops. All right. Heidi said, call. I'm old school. Thank you, Alex. I sent you an email from me already. Perfect. Thanks, Heidi. I will check that one out and I'll get back to you very soon. Nicole says, call, but only if you want to get a hold of me. I'm great at ignoring text notifications. Nicole, you sound just like my close friend Dylan. He's one of those people that's like, it's nothing personal, not trying to ignore you, like truly, like any sort of malintent. He just doesn't think about responding to them until it's like way after. Carissa says, text, of course. I'm not a big fan of calling people. It's very fair. Jamie says, text. My autism really shows when I'm supposed to call people, but even when they call me, it takes me a minute to adjust to talking to them, and the interruption part is almost always unpleasant. That makes perfect sense. And actually, that is the same for some of my friends that I have. Is they like the routine. They don't like things to be outside of that, and makes perfect sense. Alicia says, call if it's my family, text for everyone else. Robert says, did you mention why there's no more robot sprint thing animations? I know what you're talking about, Robert. Yeah, the very first two sprints that I ever hosted, I had like this little robot animation where they would do races against each other and you could vote on which one you wanted to win for everybody else who didn't see it. And during the second sprint, while the program was running, it crashed. And that was when I ended up moving over to the Pomodoro style, which I'm actually considering changing this one up as well and doing one that has like a nice background or something to it. I haven't decided yet, but I liked the little alien thing. Admittedly, it probably was a little distracting, but it was fun to get to try to guess like which one was going to win. So just a bummer because yeah, Heidi called it. It was malfunctioning. It like literally crashed on my computer, and I had to like scramble right before a sprint to get the cat up. Nicole says text for sure. Making receiving phone calls is an anxiety trigger for me. Very fair. Absolutely. Heidi says, Robert, are you as old as me when the answering machines were not even invented yet? Robert says, text, I don't want anyone calling me. Heidi, robot apocalypse has begun. Answering machines, I'm as old as dirt. But I remember though when I was doing photography in the early 80s. Oh, that is hilarious. Heidi says, if you broke down on the highway, you had to flag down someone for help. Yeah, I truly you did to go out and wave your white shirt. Heidi says you had to find a payphone and make a collect call. Cell phones are good and bad. Yeah, for sure. Robert says, Heidi, payphone? We communicated by smoke signal. Heidi says, like in the Lord of the Rings, you lit the beacons of Gondor. Oh, this is the best. Jessica says, email if I had to choose, LOL, but out of the two here, it would be call and then email because I won't process over the phone. That is fair. Yeah, emailing is a good method of communication for work for sure. I do email, of course, with people on here too, but like with the people like my family, for example, it really depends. Like phone calls, this might honestly be just like the age that I am, though. Phone calls, I like to know sometimes when the phone calls are going to happen. Like I will literally plan with people like, oh, I'm free this day if you want to call, because I know that when they call, we're going to have a long conversation. I'm talking about somebody's calling me and we're talking for like an hour. Like that's something I want to have planned ahead of time just because it's going to take so much time. But my mom can call me anytime because when my mom calls, it could be a call that takes 5 minutes or it could be a call that takes 25 minutes. And, it either way, but it's my mom, right? So, like, my mom doesn't have to schedule if she doesn't want to. My dad doesn't either, but my dad's one of those people that he does like to plan calls out, unless there's like some sort of family emergency going on. So I don't know. It's funny that way, but most of the time people have the easiest time just texting me. That's just the way that I do things. Robert says, I gave guided tours through Mordor before it was a thing. Ron says, I'm also an email person. I text too slowly and phone calls shudder. Maybe that's the benefit of having the job that I do. Like, I did used to have a lot of anxiety about making phone calls, and now I have to do it so often that it's not as nerve-wracking now, which I'm grateful for, because I remember the first job I had where I had to answer the phone. I was like, "Oh my god, what do I do? What do I say? What do I do if they ask me questions?" And it's like with anything, like more practice, it really does help. Oh, working in customer service is a joy. Jessica says, this is a get ready because we leave in an hour sprint. I'm so hyped, won't be here for much longer, but we'll hang out till then. That's awesome. Thank you, Jessica. I'm so excited for you. It's going to be an awesome night. Zach, hello, welcome. You're here just in time for us to be on our last sprint here in a little bit. You said, I've been on Bree sprints. Glad I could catch some of this. Happy International Women's Day. Thank you so much. Yes, it has been a good International Women's Day. I have spent today getting good news, and I like desperately needed it because I've been dealing with a lot of crap recently. So I was like, perfect day, getting good news, International Women's Day. Heidi says, oh, yeah, I did a 5K Mordor fun run before Led Zeppelin sang about it and ramble on. Robert says, ramble on that. Girl so fair was my mom. Zach says, to answer the question, text me and my 30,000 unread emails may never get back to you. That's the fear that I have as well with my personal email. I'm like, if something's important, I might miss it. But that's also why I created a separate email for my channel, which makes things a lot easier too, because then I know when somebody's reaching out about booktube stuff. Heidi says, Robert, you're making me laugh out loud. That girl so fair could be Robert Plant himself. Robert says, real life, I saw them in 1973. Ron says, I'm too young to have seen Zepp, but I saw Robert Plant in 1988 and he sang some Zepp songs. So cool. Heidi says, Robert, wow, very lucky. I saw Robert Plant and the Honey Drippers, not the same thing. You should read The Lesser Dead by Christopher Buehlman. Entire passage about Robert Plant. It's about vampires. And he says, in 1978, New York City. Robert says, Honey Drippers. I remember that album. He says, Ron, I saw him in 1988 too at age 18. Wow, that's so cool. Emily says, I hate phone calls, but I'd rather that than an entire convo via text. Yeah, there are some things that are just easier to say over a phone conversation than trying to type out in text. Yeah, and that's a funny thing too, is I have tried to do that for people of like texting out everything that I would say in a conversation, and they will literally call me and be like, so I was trying to read through the messages, but there's a lot going on there. Do you mind just explaining it to me? And it's like, I tried. I really did. I've tried to make it easy for you. Ron says, Heidi, I was 15. Heidi says, Robert, how old were you in 73? Faye says, I hate talking on the phone. That's fair. Robert says, Heidi, 15. Faye says, I finished the last. Honestly, not sure how I feel about it. I am currently sitting on a book that I'm trying to figure out what to rate it to, Faye. So I totally understand. Carissa says, I do miss the time before we had cell phones. I like not having to worry about tech talk taking over my life. That is a fair point. I mean, even for the age that I am, cell phones were not like an available thing to me like when I was a little kid. With like the way that it is now where you can hand like a toddler a tablet, like that wasn't my life. But I did have things like video games and whatnot. So I wasn't entirely immune. I definitely am part of the generation that grew up with a computer in their home. But I don't know. There are times that I even feel like it kind of takes over everything. And that's why I've been trying really hard not to be on like social media as much. I don't know if YouTube counts as, I mean, I guess it is. You're being social and it's a form of media. But this to me is like a little bit different than like scrolling on Instagram for hours, and I don't have TikTok, fortunately, and I don't spend really any time on Facebook. Instagram is the main pit that I can fall into of just like endlessly scrolling, and that's not good. And I don't like doing that. I feel like it's not productive. So I've been trying to work on that for sure. Christina said, did some sprint hopping, listened to a bit of Harry Potter 4 with the kiddo, finished. Oh, wait. Oh, wait. Isn't that a. Oh, maybe it's the same comment as before. I don't know. But Christina, I wanted to tell you, I did go and look on Vanessa's channel at the spreadsheet and everything, and I really appreciate that I was put on there. So thank you so much. That was really cool to get a shout out and like see my little icon. That made me so happy. Thank you for telling me. Carissa says, I also miss talking to people face to face. Yeah, that's fair too. I like talking to people face to face, but I will also say that if it weren't for the internet, I would not be talking to you all right now. So there's that. And, you know, the cool like relationships and friendships that I get to have with people on here wouldn't happen if YouTube and all of its chaotic mess weren't available to us. So, in that way, I am grateful. Christina says, and I prefer snail mail, like writing letters. Sometimes I forget to send them. Yeah, I would definitely say that writing letters is a dying art. And I think it's dying with my generation. Like, we don't even really send cards anymore. Like, for every holiday, my grandma Julie sends me a card, and I've saved all of them, like, over the years. I have massive, massive stacks of cards that I've gotten from all family, all friends for different holidays and festivities. But for me, really the only cards that I'll send are like my neighbors for like Christmas and stuff. And I don't even always get people cards for like birthdays and whatnot, just because I'm gonna like verbally tell people how I feel. But now it's making me feel like I should start getting cards, assuming people don't throw them away. I also think I'm one of the rare people who actually saves them all. I think a lot of people, they read them and they go, oh, and then they toss them in the trash. Christina says, I hate email, always forget to check it, and don't like texting either. I would rather talk on a landline, but make use of a cell. My favorite is face to cafe, though. That's very fair. He also said, I have multiple email accounts. Most I don't remember how to get into them. One son's school was over 500 unread, and my other main one has over 20,000. I have a junk email that's like that, where like when people require that you put an email and I don't actually want to see them, I'll give them that one. But then I have others that like junk has wandered into but are still important, and trying to like filter through those can be so frustrating because you're just inundated every day with new stuff. He says, I've actually never owned a cell phone. I mostly use email and social media DMs for friends and family, but I have to Zoom to talk on the phone with my professor's online university. Wow, really? You don't own a cell phone? That's actually pretty incredible, Faye. How have you managed to do that this long? Do tell your secret. Nicole says, oops, missed the timer going off. No worries. Means you were doing something fun. Zach says, I bought the last not long ago. Hope I like it. Christina says, it was the same, but I did the same thing. LOL. And Nicole says, 16 out of 49 minutes edited, 10 minutes trimmed. Good job. Faye says, Zach, the writing is great, and I found the plot engaging. I hope you do like it. Carissa says, so is cursive. I remember having to learn cursive, and now they don't even teach it in the schools near me anymore. Same. Exactly the same. And they were like, oh yeah, you're not going to be able to write print on legal documents. You're going to have to sign stuff in cursive, and joke's on them. I think, didn't they say that they were considering bringing it back? I can't remember if that's true though, or maybe only in certain places. Nicole says, I would miss my cell phone. I will never miss email. Can that become outdated? It might one day. You never know. Any like more effective means of communication has always come through. And Zach says, Faye, fingers crossed on the book. And Christina says, we did a card exchange this past Christmas with the Cozy group. Loved it. I hung them up and should really post them on Instagram. Yeah, that's awesome. Ron says, I feel guilty throwing away cards, but when you get older, they start taking up space. I get that. I trust me, for as many of them as I have, they do take up space. I've like taken to actually putting them in their own containers, just so that I know where they are. But even then, they're kind of like some of them are scattered around a little bit. Christina says that was supposed to be face to face. LOL, don't know where cafe came from. I understood what you meant though, because you speak face to face with people in a cafe. So that's where I thought you were going with that. Totally fine. Nicole's laughing at that. Emily says, I also keep letters and cards, and it's sad to me to think others do quickly trash them. Right? That's what I'm saying. Because I have some that are like really personal, like people like sent me like typed out letters. Like my friend Brian, it was really cool. When I was in college, I was reasonably far away from home, like enough where it wasn't easy to go see me. And he would mail me letters and I would mail him letters back. And I still have all of those that he sent me. And it's just really cool that he did that. And he was like the only person in my life that like wrote true letters with me and like would send them back and forth, even though he still texted me. Like he still would text, he would still call sometimes, but he was determined to send letters as well. They said, my secret is I'm agoraphobic and rarely leave my house, so a landline is enough. That is fair. And that's interesting, though, that you still have a landline because a lot of I mean, I guess a lot of homes still have the equipment for them, but most people don't have one. Like, I still remember my very first home phone number. It was the number I had to memorize, right? Like when my mom was like, if you're ever in an emergency, you gotta, you know, this number. And I'll never forget that number probably, but you know, my mom disconnected it. And I just remember being like, wow, that was the death of an era right there. Can't even call that number anymore. And Christina says, my son had cursive at school, but it was weird, like straight up and down and along the line, no slant. So weird. That was mine as well, Christina. Yeah. And it really looked like, at least mine looked super childish and just very loopy. And it was too clean. And it just wasn't, in my opinion, it never looked right. And I didn't enjoy it. But funny enough, my regular handwriting is kind of a combination of print and cursive, and I inherited that from my mom. So, like, our handwriting isn't exactly the same, but there have been times that she has written something and I've looked at it and I'm like, that's exactly the way that I would write it. That's so weird. So, which very unlike my dad, because my dad writes everything in print. There is no cursive to his handwriting at all. Jamie says, I almost never check my email anymore. When I do, it rarely has anything important. That's also fair. Ron says, when I was in elementary school, they said high school teachers would only accept homework in cursive. When I got to high school, they would only accept it in print. Oh, that's awful. Oh, I hate that. Well, that's kind of like, you know, in high school, at least when I was in high school, I was in all of these, you know, classes where they keep being like, well, this is the way that a college course is actually designed, and you know, it's going to be like this, and you have to really prepare yourself, and then you get to college and it's like, wow, college isn't like anything they teach you in high school. At least not where I went. It wasn't, and I was kind of blown away by that. College was a very freeing time. High school was, I mean, I had good years, don't get me wrong, but if you could not pay me money to go back to high school ever, like I wouldn't do it. Period. I really wouldn't even go back to college. In truth, am enjoying living my fully grown adult life. And Christina says, I have heard people taking the important parts of the cards and making them bookmarks. Now, that's a lovely idea. If I ever become completely overwhelmed by the idea of my cards, or I like want to do something with them, you're giving me ideas. Like bookmarks would be really cool. Maybe some type of collage. That's really sweet. I love that. Jamie says, I like an initial text and then I can call them or they call me, but I am accepting it so it's not an interruption. Yeah. That makes perfect sense. Zach says, I ended up throwing away cards every 7-ish years. Okay. Kind of like a purge. Every time your taste buds change, you get rid of your cards because they say it's every 7 years. Carissa says, I have some cards from before my grandparents passed away. Oh, then those would be very meaningful indeed. And I know that that probably sounds really morbid, maybe of me to say, but that's another reason I keep them is because whenever I don't have like certain family members, I want to be able to look back on things that they sent me or gave me. So my grandma Julie just gave me something that to me is very special. She called me or was texting with me and said, "Yeah, I have these cookbooks." And they're really old cookbooks. Would you like any of them? And at first, I was kind of waffling on it, like, oh, I don't really know. I don't use cookbooks really because I get a lot of my recipes online. But she told me that one of the cookbooks was given to her by her grandmother on her wedding day to my grandfather. And that is the cookbook that I have, and it is on my bookshelf. And it is very special to me because one, they don't make them like that anymore. It's just very different. And two, it's like this is it's like a piece of history, and I get to go through and I get to look at the recipes that she used to make for my grandpa. And I just thought that that was really cool. So there's just some things that you can't replace. And you also said my parents still have a landline. That's cool. Well, I think my dad might, but he never talks to me on that. He always calls me on his cell phone. And Christina says, we learned cursive when the only class we could print in was the math class, but that was before the computers were big, so paper were blue or black ink and could be typed if we wanted to. Okay, there we go. And Carissa says, I prefer print. Yes, absolutely. I get that. It's easier to read too. Faye says, I hate not being able to call a household if you want to contact a family member, but it doesn't matter which one. You have to pick which cell phone, then cycle through them until someone bothers to pick up. Yeah, that's fair. I get that. Yeah, because you can't reach them at just like one place. You got to go to each individual person. Christina says, LOL, yes, Faye, people don't like to answer the phone anymore. Jamie says, BookTube has taken over my life a bit, but in a good way. If it counts as social media, I'm cool with it. I mentioned in the read along chat that if I started Shogun and someone there has read it. Yeah, like you get connections with people that you would never have. I would say the only bad part about BookTube really, a lot of like bigger booktubers have talked about this. Like I'm talking about people who do it for like a job, and is the sense of comparison. And that's something that I've had to be very conscious of as well. Is it's never good to compare yourself to other people, especially in your hobbies, like when you're doing something for fun, because that strips it of all of its joy. And I've had to be like very careful about that. And so I never want to like give up on a hobby or something fun because I got stressed about like how many, like for example, how many books other people are able to read compared to me, right? Like, oh, I can't keep up. It doesn't matter at the end of the day. It doesn't matter. It doesn't mean anything to anybody else, and that shouldn't matter to me as long as I'm having fun. And that was, I think, the hardest part when I got on BookTube is like I stopped being able to watch a lot of the bigger booktubers who do read like 200 books a year because I'm like, they do that all day, every day. That's what they get to do. And me, I know that I can't do that. And I don't want to make myself feel bad for it. So I think that's really the only bad part that can come from it. But the rest of it has honestly been a great benefit for sure. And I think it's been a net positive overall. He says, clearly, this is where my people are. Yeah, absolutely. That's the like-minded people. I don't have people like in my personal life who want to talk about books this much or read like similar, like have similar reading tastes as me. Like the only person that I would have is Keaton. And so it's really cool to be able to have like a whole group because before this, it was like an isolated hobby, I guess you could say. It was just a very personal hobby, and now it's kind of a personal and a social hobby. Nicole says, yes, Shogun. How are you liking it, Jamie? I read it ages ago, but really enjoyed it. You said, Nicole, my best friend made holiday themed laminated placemats out of their cards. Oh, I love that. That's so cool. Zach says, still have 8 phone numbers memorized. Most don't work anymore. Yeah, I can relate to that. Christina says, that is a cool idea too, Nicole. Nicole says, at Christmas, everyone got placemats of all their favorite cards. Same for birthdays and Valentine's Day. I love that. That is so awesome. Jamie says, I'm enjoying it so far. I've only read about 20 pages, but it feels like a good book. Nicole says, it was awesome. They had enough that guests even got one. Oh. Heidi says, Jamie and Nicole, the new TV show Shogun is really good. I've heard that as well, and it looks really good too. Nicole says the best was the font was a collage, and the back was a whole bunch of cool messages. Sweet. He said, I've heard Heidi definitely want to reread and watch. Faye says, BookTube is life. Carissa says, I read about 40 books a year. And Carissa, you and I are in about the same amount then. Yeah, because last year I read 41 books. My goal this year is to read 50. I feel like I'm at a point right now where I can, and I feel good about that. But I also tell myself it's like if something happens, life happens. Last year, life hit me like just beat me down super, super hard, especially in the first part of the year. And so there was no way that I was going to be able to read more than I did. And I'm like, so if I read more this year, that's fantastic. And if I don't, that is okay too. The only person judging me is me. Jamie says, I keep the real pretty cards, but mostly what my family sends are not anything amazing. Yeah, I get that. I mean, most of my cards, they're store bought cards. But it's the fact that they took the time to go and pick one out, and my family too. Like my mom and my dad and my grandma, they will give multiple cards for the same holiday. Like they will find multiple to give to one person just to like show extra how much they love them. Like my mom gave me a couple this year and I was like, oh, so sweet. Nicole says, I used to be jealous of a fellow knitter because she could knit socks and I can't do small needles. Then I discovered she was envious of my knitted sweater making. We learned from each other. There you go. Yeah, that's a great way to look at it. Like everybody can learn from somebody else on various different things. You said comparison is a deadly game. It really is. And it's truly the deadliest thing is how much it kills joy. It just sucks the joy out of everything. And I never want to be that person that's like bitter because of comparison. I've done that before in my life. I've been like, why didn't I do this? Or how come this didn't happen? And the only thing that it ever did was make me feel worse. And it's just not a good way to live. And Christina says, we don't like answering the phone anymore because every time we do, they're trying to sign us up with Medicare and we may be older, but we aren't that old yet. Well, then that's all you got to tell them. Take me off this list. I'm not old enough. Go away. And Jamie says, I thought about crocheting sweaters and I have a fuzzy orange one I need to finish making, but at thrift stores, sweaters are abundant and cheap. I buy my sweaters. There you go. And Nicole says some people thrift sweaters for yarn and reknit them into other sweaters. I did not know that. That's actually a good idea if you like a certain color, but maybe not a certain style. Zach says, already finished 41 this year, but I'm still way behind others. You can't win. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like good on you, Zach. I mean, 41 already this year is amazing. That's awesome. And I think you also listen to audiobooks as well, if I'm not mistaken. That's another reason I will never be able to hit high numbers. I don't listen to audiobooks. So, it's I'm limited to the time that I have to physically read a book, and I'm okay with that because I'm like Kat. I'm sure you all know Kat's not big on audiobooks. She can't listen to them, and I'm kind of in the same boat. I mean, I could, it's just not as enjoyable to me. Carissa said, I give knitters props for color work that they do in sweaters. I would never knit a sweater, but I would crochet one any day of the week. Yeah, I get that. I also love to crochet and I can knit, but I'm not nearly as proficient, I guess you could say, of a knitter as I am a crocheter, but every skill is learnable. If I took the time to dedicate to it, I'd be fine. But I've never done anything like major knitting wise. Nicole says, a good thing it's not a race. Yes, absolutely. Faye says, is there an age limit for Medicare? I'm Canadian. We get it at birth. Really? I didn't know that. Emily says, the grass always seems greener on the other side. It's so true. Till you get there and you realize it's turf and you're like, I've been lied to this whole time. Christina says, we try. They still call. Most of the time, it's a computer calling, though. I hate that. I hate the robocalls now. Like, you don't even get the decency of talking to a person. Like, if you're going to try to sign me up for something, at least call me and actually have another human being on the end. Christina says, yes, Faye, you have to be like 65 to get it for insurance purposes, but we do have Medicaid for young people for insurance for those that can't get other. Yes. Nicole says, Fair Isle, I don't do much color work in sweaters, but love a nice cable or 12. Well, I like to make yarn. That's my thing. I like to actually hand spin it more even so than I like working it. So that's, I guess, an interesting thing about my hobbies. Faye says, oh, okay, I didn't realize there was a difference. Thanks. Kat, hello. I mentioned you and apparently invoked you and brought you into existence on tonight's sprint. Good to see you. We're actually getting ready to do the very last one because I knew that I would be talking. See, this is why I said we would do 2 30-minute ones because I was like, I'm going to end up talking. Krista says, I love cables. Nicole says, Cat. Sorry, it's skipping around. Jamie says, yeah, the comparison issue will definitely come up a lot for me. I read over 300 books a year easily, and that makes so many people feel defensive. Yeah, and it's just like good on you that you can do that. And if other people can't, then they got to accept that that's, within their limit. And Kat says, hey, everyone, I hope y'all are doing wonderful. Well, I hope that you are doing wonderful as well, Kat. Kat, I also got to tell you, I was going to email you back. So just in tonight's sprint, I have read 90 pages of this. This is going by so fast. I'm gonna have to talk to you again about like what we're gonna do because I feel like once you start reading this, it's gonna just blow by. But I don't know. So some books start off that way, but yeah, just tonight so far, 90 pages. Carissa says, I want to learn to dye yarn. It's not hard. It really isn't, depending on what kind you start from. I will say I like to, so since I spin yarn in addition to dyeing it, I spin a more difficult type of fiber to use, which is cotton. So most people, when they spin, they're using wool, and the wool fibers are really long because it's hair, right? So it's going to grow as long as they want it to, and then they shear it off and they can, spin it. But cotton, the fibers are really short. And so when you're working with it, if you're not careful, it'll all just pull apart. Now, when it's actually spun, it's quite strong and it's incredibly soft. And it's hypoallergenic, which is the thing that I like about it because wool makes me itch. And so like whenever I spin with it, like cotton, I enjoy that no matter like if I put it around my neck or like any like sensitive area like my face, I'm not going to have any sort of reaction to it. But that's a fun thing with cotton fibers is you get to use like plant-based dyes, but with wool you have to use like other very specific dyes because it's hair. So it's just a lot of cool things about it. It's like a really interesting hobby. Talking about going in the deep dive of Instagram, if you ever want to see videos of people dyeing yarn, they have like really cool stuff on Instagram that I used to like to watch a lot. And Christina says, I would love to learn how to spin. It's not bad, I promise. Just buy a little kit for yourself with a drop spindle, and it'll come with like usually 2 to 4 ounces of fiber for you to learn with. And there are like directions, and you got all these videos online. And that was how I taught myself how to do it. It's fun. And Christina says, hi, Kat. And Nicole says, have you tried cabling without a cable needle or without a needle? I love living on the edge. And Zach says, soon I will make robocall. AI will make robocall undetectable. Yeah, you're not wrong. Then I don't like that you're not wrong. And Carissa says, Nicole, I always use cable needles or I will get a little frustrated. Heidi says, hi, Kat. Did you have a fun event tonight? Ron says, I just assume anyone trying to sign me up for something on the phone is a scam because it's probably a scam. That's my motto as well. So true. Nicole says, what are you reading, Alex? I'm reading Remarkably Bright Creatures by Shelby Van Pelt, the octopus book that I was really excited about. And it's fun so far. Not what I was expecting, but it is fun so far. Kat says, I'm sorry I'm late. I'm on the South Shore, visited Kelsey and exchanged birthday presents 2 months late. Now at my parents' spending the night here. You have absolutely nothing to apologize for. And I'm glad that you're getting to visit and have a good time. So I think that that's wonderful. I'm just happy to get to see you. Thanks for stopping by. Christina says, AI won't work here. They can never answer my questions. When I ask if they're human, they hang up. Carissa says, I love worsted weight or bulky yarns. And Nicole's like, yes, Carissa. And Kat says, I'm so glad someone subscribed to your channel. I saw earlier you were at 666 subscribers and I feared for your soul. Oh, thanks, Kat. That's the thing, you gotta pass through the devil's number to keep on going. But with my luck, it'll end up disappearing overnight and I'll be back down and we'll just have to rely on my sunny disposition to assume that I will, in fact, endure. Christina says, wool also has lanolin in it, so that is tricky too. Yes, it does. JB says, I love that there are booktubers who openly read more than I do. Eric Carl Anderson is a great example, reads a ton and has a job that makes his reading earn money even. That's awesome. That's so cool. And Jessica says, call me Sleeping Beauty because I would love to learn to spin so good I could do it in my sleep. Yeah, and spinning wheels were something I was fascinated by even as a kid. Like we had museums where you could go and people would dress up in costume, and they would use the spinning wheels. And I just remember so desperately wanting one when I was in elementary school. And I was like, oh, but I'll probably never actually learn how to spin or learn how to use it. And I think now if I got one, I absolutely could, but I would have no reason to. Like that's the thing is like as a kid, you're like, oh, I would love this or that, even if you would never actually use it. And now I'm like, I would be able to make yarn for days, and then I would have nowhere to put all of it. So I won't do that. And Kat says, I prefer to call. Alicia says, hi, Kat. Kat says, Alicia, I have to email you the pic of Kelsey's beer. She loved them. Kat says, I haven't started our octopus book yet. I know. And that's why I felt bad because I feel like I'm rushing you because I was like, oh, I'm going to read it next. And I don't want to rush you. So just know that I will hold off on the discussion as long as you need to. I just wanted you to know it's going quick. I think it's going to go quick. Jamie says, I like the audiobook crochet combinations. I'm not a fan of audiobooks till I started listening while crocheting. Well, there you go, because it gives you like something to focus on, but something that you can kind of let your mind wander a little bit. At least that's what I used to do. I used to crochet while watching TV, and so I could like pay attention to what was going on, but also, what I was working on. I'm one of those people, I do like to multitask. I like to have multiple things going on at once. Jessica says, ow, I just pinched the side of my eye trying to curl my eyelashes. No, that like little bit like right over here. That is never fun. Ouch. You're trying to doll yourself up to go out and have a fun time and you pinch your eye. That's not fun. Nicole says, I can't do anything but count while crocheting. Nicole says, ouch, careful, Jessica. Alicia says, yes, please. I'm glad she liked them. Carissa says, I like to keep my hands busy while listening to audiobooks. Kat says, that's what happened with Mary and me with the Midnight Library. Okay, well, it just like went by super fast. I totally believe that. I have a feeling, like I was saying earlier, Kat, you missed it. I read the largest book already that I was planning to read this month, and I'm looking at the others, and I'm like, these are so small by comparison. I might end up like, depending on what happens, I might actually get to another book even after the ones I've already set aside, which would be cool. But I'm not going to hold my breath just in case life gets crazy again, like it likes to do. It's just the nature of life. All right, everybody. Great discussion. This is fabulous. I will move on to the very last sprint for the evening. I want to go with just a nice, simple question. At least I think that this is simple, which is what is your favorite trope within your favorite genre? So, something specific, like if your favorite genre is science fiction, what do you like in sci fi? If your favorite is horror, what do you like in horror? And I will go ahead and I will get the timer put up for 30 minutes. Really quick, Nicole says, I like to lie with my eyes closed with audiobooks. It's great in the mornings while I'm trying to wake up and not think. There you go. Perfect. All right. I have the timer pulled up. I'm going to wish you all a happy last reading sprint. I'll see you all in a bit. All right, everybody, come on back from the very last sprint. My question I asked you all is the last question. What is your favorite trope within your favorite genre? Let's see if I could pick up where we left off here. Let's see. Ron was answering same to Nicole for the idea of listening to an audiobook in the morning with your eyes closed as you're waking up. Nicole said, not sure what my favorite genre is, but in Victorian sensation novels, I love the moment where the happy family life implodes. It's always so dramatic and unexpected. There you go. I like that. Kat says, my favorite trope in horror novels is haunted places and ghosts. That might be two. No, I think hauntings and ghosts go together, so that makes perfect sense. Robert says, sci-fi favorite trope about average intelligence, horror, thriller, unreliable, or excuse me, not about average, above average intelligence. Okay, horror, thriller, unreliable narrator. That is very interesting. Zach says, honestly, my favorite trope is a super bleak ending in horror. Okay, so you just wanted to all just go horribly wrong. Kat says, Robert, I do like an unreliable narrator in thrillers. Ron says, for fantasy, it would be going on a quest. A good old quest line. Faye says, unreliable narrator in any genre. Okay. Jamie says, my mom raises llamas and so far doesn't sell the wool. So someday I'll learn how to clean, card, and spin it. I believe that you can do it and that it will also be a ton of fun. Kat says, Faye, what have you been up to? I've missed you. Hope all is well. Heidi says, fantasy favorite trope, the old, wise, funny wizard mentor, Gandalf, Balgarath, Merlin, is Grimnir, and for Alicia, Moog. Robert says, Cat, Eileen by Otessa Moshfegh. And Kat says, thanks, Robert. I'll have to check that one out. Robert says, Cat, the First Bad Man by Miranda July. Kat says, Robert, I haven't heard of these. Thanks. Jamie says, I like an old-fashioned hero's journey story, which is usually in fantasy. I also do like the apprentice or new student trope in fantasy if the world building is good. Yeah, that makes perfect sense. Faye says, Cat, thanks, Cat. All is well. Emily says, don't read enough of one genre to have a favorite trope. That's fair too. You know, you read widely. There's no one specific trope. I have a lot of favorite tropes for different genres. So I actually made two different videos, one for favorite horror tropes and one for favorite sci-fi tropes, and there were 10 of each. And so it's hard for me to pick like one specific trope that I would say is a favorite of like any specific genre. But in sci-fi, for example, I really like, oh gosh, which one am I going to go with? I do love a good alien narrative, something where we become friends with aliens and we have some sort of like intergalactic society and we're learning about like what makes these aliens unique and how their societies are structured and you know the different cultural differences. And that was one of the things I love so much about Becky Chambers is like all of these different species that she covers that feel very real and vibrant and fun. And they're also just like cool and like highly regarded people, which I love that. It's a great trope. Nicole says 20 pages read and forever amber, potty break, popcorn, and tea. Also trying to figure out if I'm allergic to furikake rice seasoning. Well, I really hope that you're not, or that's not going to be a fun evening, Nicole. Take care of yourself, please. Christina says, another chapter done, and I tried to work on the blanket. I got partway across the row, and the cat decided it was time to pet her and headbutted my hand until I put it down. I can relate to that. My dog can also be very insistent when he wants to be. Christina says, I don't think I have a fave. I like books. There you go. Alicia says, I don't know much about Moog yet. Zach says, I had to comfort my dog. I don't know what happened, but there are police everywhere. Oh, goodness. Well, please stay inside and don't go out unless you have to until they leave. I hope that your dog is able to settle down. My dog also, anytime there's anybody nearby. Front door, side of the house. If he can hear somebody, he's immediately racing to go see which window to look out of and just scream at the world. So, yeah, I'm sorry that you're dealing with that. Best wishes to your pupper. But everybody, you have been with me for 5 whole hours. And this is the point in time when I would like to say, I'm wishing you all the most fabulous weekend ever. And I really appreciate you all for, as always, just hanging out with me tonight. I did make it to page 101 in Remarkably Bright Creatures. So a significant chunk of the book down already. Feeling awesome about it. But yes, so I'm gonna bid you all adieu. I think I'm gonna go get a snack before bed, which probably is a terrible idea, but I'm gonna do it anyway because because I'm feeling hungry. So I'm gonna get to say my goodbyes to everybody. Kat says, "Oh no, I hope all is well, Zach." Christina says, "Thanks for the sprints. Have a beautiful rest of your day. You as well." Nicole, bye and thanks. Thank you. Kat says, "Thanks for the sprints, Alex. Have a wonderful weekend to all. You as well, Kat. I'll email you soon." Alicia says, "Thanks for sprinting. Good night, all." Emily says, "Another good evening of sprints. Have a good weekend, all." You both as well. Ron says, "Good night, Alex. Thanks for the sprints." Good night to you, Ron. Thanks for coming. And it was very nice to meet you, Carissa. Thank you so much for coming. I hope to be able to see you again in the future. Lovely to talk to you. You said, "Have a good night." You as well. Heidi said, "Thanks, Alex, for the supersized sprint." You're very welcome. And you'll be hearing from me very soon as well, Heidi. So just be on the lookout for that email. Robert says, "Have a great night." You too. Good night, everybody. Bye.